Hello, everyone, and welcome to a very different episode here on Unexpectedly Random. You may be able to conclude from the mess of things on the table up here, uh, which is really trippy because this camera is actually up here IRL. Um, we are going to be building a server today. I have no idea how long this is going to take. Hopefully not terribly long. I've got all the components here, some incredibly massive and probably oversized for what I'm actually going to be using it for, but it was the direction I decided to go, and it's fun and awesome. So, I guess a quick overview, perhaps. Apologies if the microphone is off or seems distant, because of its positioning and the fact that I have stuff stacked on the table here. Space is kind of limited. So I'll do my best to basically yell into the microphone so you guys can still hear it. And it does look like my audio levels are good, so we'll be fine with that. It's going to be what it is. There's no background music to interfere. It's literally just going to be a build video. I don't have my operating system is set up yet. It's going to be going onto this temporary Gigastone drive. It's a 32 gigabyte drive. I have drives coming, but the drives I ordered, the company sent me USB 3.0 drives, and I did not want them because they're generally less compatible and less efficient with the Unraid server operating system. So, and that's Unraid is the direction we're going to be going today. So, because I have all of this here on the desk, we'll start with this mess of things. So, get one last thing open here, just to make sure this is good. Okay, so we'll start with our motherboard. We are going to be using the ASRock B760M-HDV M.2. Couple of reasons for this. One, it was super cheap. Two, it was available. And oh, those are the M.2 screws. Cool. So there's a brief glimpse at it. It is the snow version, the white version, because that fit best with my case. I'm not going to pull it all the way out of there. It does look like it has HDMI as well as the standard graphics array video inputs. Two DDR5 slots, 1, 2, 3 PCI slots, one being a full size and two being PCI Express. It has 3 M.2 connections. Only 2 of them are data transfer. One of them is a Wi-Fi chip. I do not have a Wi-Fi chip for it. It doesn't really need one. We're interfacing over Ethernet anyway. It does have the 2.5 gig Dragon Ethernet connection or Ethernet protocol, so we will be utilizing that to give us some better communication speeds. I don't like that I'm seeing these headers have indented on the packaging. That concerns me a little bit, but I don't see anything bent. We'll get into that a little bit more extensively in a minute. So that is that little guy. This is an important M.2 screw I don't want to lose. That is that feller. I'm going to shift stuff around. Like I said, limited space, but we're going to work. So from there, motherboard. Let's see. We talked about RAM. So the max that this motherboard can handle is 96 gigabytes of DDR5 um, at 4800 megahertz, I believe, as far as the speed. And I wanted to go with 96 because I wanted to max this out since the majority of Unraid is very RAM heavy, between Dockers and uh, if you do any virtual machines. I mean the whole system runs in RAM. The entire operating system is installed on the thumb drive, so I wanted to max out my capabilities on that, and it turns out I could not find anything. I don't think I found anything at all as far as a 96 gigabyte set, so two at 48 um, chips of DDR5 that is 4800 megahertz. Everything was stepping up to like 5600, and the board is not, either the board or I'm pretty sure it's the board, is not compatible with that. And I didn't want to push it. So here we are, 64 gigs. It's still going to be more than is probably necessary. It just didn't give me the flexibility that I was looking for. So that is our RAM. CORSAIR Vengeance. As far as I've found, it's a pretty solid name in RAM. Nothing fancy, no intentional RGB stuff on any of this because it's a server. I wasn't looking for decorative, anything that draws more power on something that's going to be running constantly and not I mean, we're looking at putting an uninterruptible power supply on it once I get my watt meter processed through and all that fun stuff. So that's the RAM. Let's take a look at our processor. This particular over here, so there's some glare on it for you. This particular board requires an LGA 1700 processor. It has the LGA 1700 socket. It is an upgrade over the LGA 1200, which is what the computer I'm actually recording this on uses. This is an i3 12100 Intel Core processor. I don't remember what lake it is because they use the lake designations. I can see here. It does not have the code name listed there. So this one, I was surprised because this one actually comes with a cooler. We will not be using that integrated cooler, but it does come with one. So if you're looking at options, it's got an integrated cooler with it, and it doesn't look bad. It's just not what I was going for. So, but we'll go into that later. Got the Intel Core sticker because gotta have those. So that is our processor, which is of course the brains of our system. If you're not familiar with building computers, gotta start somewhere. 12th gen. The cool thing about the LGA 1700 socket is it's a relatively new-ish socket, and it gives me expandability. So the 12th gen is the lowest generation that the LGA 1700 socket will accept, but it will also take 12th or 13th and 14th gen processors. So if something would come up that I want to expand this setup to a more a stronger processor potentially, or maybe a faster one. I don't remember what the clock speed is on this guy. Right offhand. Also does not say. Maybe nope. Okay. Don't remember the clock speed. I want to say it was like 3.0 or 3.6, which is phenomenal for a processor in my mind, especially for something that's RAM heavy and using it's not going to be processor heavy, so to speak. So Okay, and with that, of course, there is thermal compound in with that processor. I try to avoid integrated thermal compounds because I don't like them. It's easier for me to know that I have good thermal compound. And let's be honest, when you're dealing with the brain of your computer, you probably want to have something sticking it together that's going to work well. And therefore, we have the Noctua NT-H2 thermal paste. This is an upgraded version of their thermal paste. I've used the standard NT, I think it's the H1. It's electrically conductive, non-corroding. It's got micro beads embedded in it, I believe. Yeah, the NTH1 was the original one. So it's designed to be better. In its previous operation. So that's why I want that one. I do still have some of the NTH1. I would more than happily use it without any concerns, but that was available and it said it was better, and so I got it. I also see that my cooler comes with some thermal compounds, so I may not have needed it anyway. Speaking of coolers, this big chungus here. This cooler is comically oversized for what we're doing and for itself. Noctua is a phenomenal brand. It's currently what's cooling my system now, my primary system, and this thing is massive. Like, not even kidding. It has 8 heat pipes, which is an improvement over the previous generation of the model. I'm not going to pull it all the way out just yet, but I'll give you a kind of a partial overhead shot there. It's literally only like 2 inches down in the box, and then it takes up the entire box. So it is an improvement over their previous model of air cooler. It has more heat pipes. It is the LGA 1700 socket, as well as compatible with several others. They've actually, because of the LGA 1700 socket, there is an issue with the clamping mechanism on it that results in warping of the CPU, both, I'm sure, between the heat that's produced as well as the intense pressure that it applies to the processor. Noctua has, with these coolers, they have 3 different versions of this cooler, and this is the NHD15 G2. They have one for the AM4 socket, which would be your AMD base platform, and then they have one for the Intel platform, I believe, as well. They are specifically designed with a greater or lesser curvature in the contact plate to accommodate for systems that may have been warped previously from that pressure, which is super cool. I mean, it's a very niche thing to set up, but it's obviously an issue that people are wanting to accommodate for. And with that in mind, I did order a contact frame that we're going to be installing. I actually ordered 2 of them. This one is temporary because our system it's pink. Strawberry milk is actually the color, and we'll show you that in a minute because it's way larger than I planned. And so I got a contact frame from the company itself that made my case that matches the case, so I could coordinate with it. So we'll have to pull that later and install it. But what this does is it reinforces the mounting place for the cooler and around the processor, so you're not going to have that issue with warping. So that's why I went with the standard model here of the cooler, the G2, because I wasn't going to be dealing with a warped processor situation, and I'm preventing it from warping in the future. So that's a good investment. They're only like $10 to $20 for the frame. It comes with some thermal paste that, again, I'm not going to trust for this application. Not that there's anything wrong with it specifically. This one comes from Thermalright. There's a couple. There's Thermal Grizzly, Thermalright, and then, of course, the one that I'm getting from my case manufacturer, Hyte. They're all pretty similar. I didn't find anything that said necessarily that one was significantly superior to the other. It's basically a metal rectangle, so how different can they be? Thermalright had decent reviews as far as I could find, so that was why we went that route. Down here, how many times I bump into the box. As far as overall case cooling, the case does have a set of fans, I believe, in the top. They're 140 millimeter fans. The case, because it is obscene in size, it's way larger than I thought it was. So much larger. I was trying to get something that was smaller than my refrigerator that I have for my main system, but it's big. It's still quite big, and I showed it on stream the other day. I believe might have been on a video. I don't remember. So what I got for case cooling is 2 sets of these Noctua fans, staying with the Noctua theme because Noctua does phenomenal with their fans. They have a very particular color scheme, and I kind of make fun of it, mostly because it's beige and brown, but it's an endearing teasing, mostly is what it is, because I use the Noctua fans on my main system and they perform phenomenal. They are super quiet, even basically at full throttle. They move air really well. They do have a black version that I could have gone with, but in this case, I wanted to go with the classic Noctua appearance. It fits well with my cooler, which also has fans with it. It comes with 2 fans on the cooler. These are the G2, the Generation 2 fans. The one thing about these, by doing it in the sets of 2, which ironically by getting 2, I've maybe defeated that purpose a little bit. These are harmonically unbalanced. And by that, what I mean is they have offset the RPMs of these by, I think, 25. It's a very small amount. So one is 25 points higher and one is 25 points lower, or whatever the actual value is. So they're not running at the exact same RPM. They found in their testing that when they ran these fans at the exact same speeds, they caused some harmonic vibrations that were undesirable in a ultra quiet situation. And so that's why they have these pairs of sets, so you can still get the same volume of air transfer. You just reduce the risk of that harmonic resonance coming from your fans. And then I got 2 of them, so I have 2 sets, one of each. And as far as the RPMs are concerned, so it should help still, but it's not necessarily the ideal situation. So these are the case fans. They are beautiful. They are massive. I didn't realize that 120 millimeter fans are usually what I get. They are massive, beautiful. They've got the inserts in there to help keep them from spinning in the but that is yeah. So this is 1525 RPM, and the other one's probably 1475. And I'm glad that they're marked on the back there. Yep, 1475. So they are 25 RPMs, plus and minus. So they don't have issues. So that's pretty cool. I'm definitely looking forward to that. That's going to keep the system phenomenally cool, and we're not going to have any issues with it at all. So that's our cooling system. Before I move on to our drives, we're going to talk about the power supply. The power supply is important in a computer, especially in a server, which is going to be on 24/7 effectively, except during intended downtimes. And with the uninterruptible power supply, which we'll be installing later, you need something that's going to be efficient. I found this ASRock Steel Legend. I was looking for something pink because my case is pink. Couldn't find it. Not in anything that I trusted as far as brands go. Generally, you're looking for something that's 80 plus gold certified. The rest of these, I'm not 100% certain on what they are about. It does have a fan setting that you can adjust on the box, which is pretty cool. Not entirely sure what its functionality is. It comes with cables as well. I was looking for pink cables to coordinate with my pink case. Those also don't exist, and you don't really, I mean, they do exist, but you don't really want to mix and match cables because your pinouts and stuff may not be the same. So I caved in and just accepted that I'd use the integrated cables. So this is a 850 watt modular power supply, gold rated, so it's efficient. What I did is I ran all my components into a calculator online to see how much power I would need, and I thought it was pulling something like 600, and so I stepped up. It might have been 400, but I stepped up to a little bit higher because you don't necessarily want to be maxing out your power supply at all times when your system's running, because if your system ever needs to pull more for high load applications or something that way, you want to have that room for it. So made sure that there was plenty of extra room. As far as a percentage, I'm sure there's a standard, I don't know, 10 or 20%, I'm not sure, over your requirement. I really have no idea what I'm doing, and this is not an instructional video at all. It's just a, hey, this is what we're doing video. I built one computer in my lifetime. I've worked on computers for a very long time. So I'm confident in building it. I just not necessarily confident in teaching. So, your mileage may vary. But from what I found on reviews, this one's a solid one, and it's white, and the design on the labeling looks pretty cool as well. So that's kind of what we're dealing with there. So that is power supply. Very important portion of our stuff. So moving on to this operation, we're going to be looking at our storage. I'm only going to get one of these out or semi out, because I don't want to prematurely open them. Hard drive storage is expensive, especially NAS rated storage devices. For something that's going to be running constantly like a server, I do recommend getting drives that are NAS rated or surveillance rated. NAS would be preferable because that's your network attached storage. It's designed to be a server connection. Enterprise drives are usually pretty good from what I found out, but they're also expensive. That is kind of the situation with that, for at least for larger storage. The cool thing about Unraid is you can mix and match drive sizes, you can mix and match drive types, you can basically, as long as your largest drive is set up as your parity drive, you can jam whatever other drives into it that you want. Kind of convenient that way. A regular RAID system wouldn't allow you to do that, to my understanding, depending on how your setup, your layout is. For this here, of course, we briefly talked about our operating system drive. Unraid runs off from a thumb drive. I believe it requires a minimum of 4 gigabytes. Don't quote me on that. They recommend 32 because then you have room for expansion if your settings or items that you add to Unraid take up more space, then you've got room for that. Drive-wise, as far as requirements, it literally just has to have a GUID, a unique GUID code on the drive within its writable ROM. I believe that's the right phrasing on that. Basically, devices are given, if they're not super cheap, mega knockoff hardware, they're given a unique identifier, and that's what Unraid uses to link your installation to that particular device. I think this is going to work. I don't know for sure. This was just one I got from work. They had it, and I figured that's a good way to buy one that's not real expensive for temporary while I work on the other ones, because I had to send back my USB 3.0 ones that I was sent mistakenly for my order and reorder them. Hopefully they get it right this time, but that's neither here nor there. This will let me get it set up and try out the Unraid system, and then we can go from there. So that's our OS drive, so to speak. Our storage drives, I wanted more storage than what I got, but because of pricing and everything, I ended up settling on 2 18 terabyte drives, or not 18, 2 8 terabyte drives. These are Seagate IronWolf drives. They are hard to read through the anti-static packaging. 8 terabytes. They are new drives. You probably can use factory recertified drives. They don't recommend using refurbished drives, which refurbished and recertified are two very different things, because you don't know. And where you're doing a server, you don't really want your drives to fail, because they will eventually, just by the nature of the function, but you don't want them to prematurely fail. So 2 8 terabyte drives. What this does is this gives me one, because it's a modular expandability in Unraid, I can add new drives later as I come across them. If I find a good deal on Black Friday or on Cyber Monday or on something, we can still just pop new drives in there and add them to the array, and it's great. This one is a NAS rated. The Seagate IronWolf is a NAS drive. And yeah, that's about the extent of what I know about it. It just, in the long run, it's going to give me 8 terabytes of storage to start with. And then it will give me one 8 terabyte drive as my parity drive. So if this drive fails, I can fix it, basically, is what that comes down to. As far as our cache drives, Unraid has a system that utilizes a cache drive, which is basically a quick write location where it puts data before it moves it off to the server drives themselves, the array. In this application, I've chosen 2 SK Hynix Platinum SSD drives. They are M.2 format. Make sure your motherboard is compatible with M.2 NVMe drives before you commit to them, because some motherboards are not. This one I did double check and it will be fine, because some of them run on a PCI protocol and some of them run on a SATA protocol, and depending on how it communicates with the M.2 drives, that may impact its functionality and whether you can use it in general. So that's an important thing to keep in mind. And 2 of these, basically what this is going to do is I'm going to have one as my cache drive, and then I have one as my parity drive for that. So if my cache drive would fail, it's got a backup. This is a good idea if you can manage it, because you're going to be using the system a lot, and this is stuff that you don't necessarily want drives failing and causing a loss of data. So that is the extent of the components. Let me get this drive tucked back away into his bubbly home. Part of the case fans that I got, the Noctua case fans, eventually it will be incorporated into the hard drive area, because with these drives running constantly, they do get warm. And you don't want your drives getting hot, because one, it can cause damage, and two, the worst thing that it can do is cause them to slow down or fail, and you don't want your array drives failing. So as far as our case goes, this big chungus here is our server case. And you're probably asking me why we have a massive server case, and the answer is I thought it was smaller. So there we are. It's pink, and I love it. And yeah, we got the back with the I/O connections and the power supply box, and it does have it's a mid tower, I believe, which should have been a good indication. Anyway, it does have a riser for the graphics card, so you can put your graphics card the other direction, and then have your board, because your board sits in there like this on the back wall, which may be a problem with my super chungus of a cooler. Already anticipating that being a potential issue. It has two onboard hard drive ports. We're going to be using them temporarily. Get this out of the way. We're going to be using them temporarily to mount in here. In the long term, I'm actually going to work up a cage system for this this cooler mounting point over here on this side. And then we're gonna run our drives in there, and I'm gonna run my fans off from that in order to keep my drive array cool. Actually, there's a possibility that I may be able to just mount them on there from the get-go. Mount them to the face, and then run a fan off the bottom. That might be useful. Speculating. So, but it's pink, it's huge, it's adorable. I love it. It's fun. We've got lots of options for cooling. These little guys. People complain about the screens on some of these cases, which is funny because in my experience, they're effective. They may not be real effective, but they do help. They do catch some of the dust, and yeah. So this is another area you can put fans in. Got mounting points for your fans. Pretty sweet. This panel here unscrews, and then this pivots up, so you can access that for your fan. Tie down stuff for cable management. It's a really nice system from Hyte. The Hyte Y70. It's a chunker, though. If you're thinking it's small, rethink, because it's not. So I love the tempered glass face on it, because then it lets you show off your system, and it's really quite awesome. So yeah. So that is what we've got. I think probably the first thing we need to do is install our power. because we're going to have to track our cables through our system for that, and that'll decide to some degree where things can be mounted. So that is that. There. It's gonna be weird trying to put all this stuff in. My little screwdriver here. Oh, there's no secondary hook thing on that. Cool. Smells like resin. Got some nice cable management stuff. Don't eat the silica gel. Screws provided with your case to install the power supply to your computer. Recommended to install the power supply with fan facing down. Well, that's not going to happen because my fan faces sideways. However, if your case places a power supply at the bottom of the case and there are no vent holes available, it may be best to install the power supply with the fan facing up for greater efficiency and reliability. Okay, so let's pull this. Also, important note, make sure you check your power supply that you're considering and make sure it'll fit in your box, because some boxes don't have room for the power supply. That new power supply smell. It looks so nice. It's actually like integrated, textured into it. It's super cool. And the appearance was important as well to me, because we were doing a product that was going to be visible, going to be a display item. Because it's pink. I was going for like a cherry blossom sort of theme on it, and then I realized it was Kirby colored. So I have some little Kirby figurines coming that I'm going to try and incorporate into it if I can do so without interfering with airflow and that sort of thing. But I also found this cherry blossom Miku noodle stopper that I thought would be fun to incorporate as well. So we're gonna see what we can do with that, because there's the Miku song that talks about her hiding in your Wi-Fi, so it seemed fitting to put her in the server. I don't know. I'm just having fun with it. So let's go ahead and get this up here. One thing with this case, if you take all of the tempered glass out of it, you want to be careful not to put pressure on the top, because it's not supported very well. And they actually, in the instructions, they tell you to be careful with that. So we're gonna do that. I'm actually gonna probably need to get my box cutter, because I think there's some zip ties situations that we may run into, but we'll deal with that in a minute. So go this way. This thing is massive. Literally takes up the entire everything. What I need is a table behind me, really. Okay, so here's our box. Here's our power. We're actually going to, because you can definitely see that. We have a solid plate here on the right side of our panel where our cooler goes. Let me remove some of these. Whoop. Weight off the back of that. Don't want it to get tippy. Set this. Okay. And go ahead and pull out the drive bays. Like I said, it's gonna be strange here for a bit. Um, the drive trays are cool. We got an H head into them. Oh, it's not zip tied. Cool. It's twist tied. It is much nicer. The hardware box was in here tied to the power supply. And that theoretically has our wires in it. I hang on to these twist ties because they're massive sometimes. And sometimes they become useful in even sometimes. Not all. I'm going to need off here, I think. So we use a cardboard on these are the tempered glass panels. They have a frame to them, sort of. It might just be decorative, but it makes me feel better. Because I don't want that tipping over and falling on something. So now we have access to of our box. So, hello. I don't know if you can see me through this. There's a maybe I guess. This foam block here that holds our riser is now down. Remove that short time. That shorter time, and I've already misplaced it. Loosen this up. Use it. Yeet. And there is, I don't know if you can see inside of here, you're just barely out of frame. Right here, there is a protective cover on it. No fear of damage. Bunker. Oh. We do have front panel headers. We have front panel connections. There are Velcro straps in the bottom here that we'll have to access from the underside of the case. For now, I want to just slip this in here and make sure we fit. Again, because as you can maybe see right here off camera, there is a, see that the text on the back there, that's a solid panel on the back side of where the power supply mounts. So I'm not going to be able to put it in the direction that I kind of wanted to. It's going to have to go the other way, facing out the back, which is okay. It looks like the only intake is through over here, through this side, and it goes out through that side. Okay, this side back here. I think we'll go ahead and install that. This box should have interesting. There's a headphone splitter in here. And we have more Velcro strapping. That's good. As well as some whatever these parts are for. Yeah. I hope these screws are labeled. 5 pieces for PSU. Oh, that's good, because I have 4 screws. 9 pieces for hard drive. 22 pieces for motherboard and solid state drives. Well, that's perfect. Not sure what the audio splitter is for, but we'll get there. There is a more extensive manual on this. Hi. And I probably should retrieve that and take a look, but more fun to wing it to start with, right? Because that's never gone wrong in the history of ever. As far as the hard drive cage that I was looking at getting for this area in here, mount on this, they don't really exist. Not face mountable stuff, which is annoying. And then on top of that, they don't really exist at all in pink. And then on top of that, white's about the closest that would come up, which would be consistent with my motherboard and my power supply. So that wouldn't necessarily be bad. But I don't know. if I can find a face mount one in white, because I pulled the one out of my Thermaltake Tower 900 to see if it would work. Because then I thought maybe I could source replacement parts. Yeah, you can't from Thermaltake, based on the forums at least. Because I figured if I could get a replacement one, then I could paint it and make it match, and then we'd be good. You can't do that. It doesn't exist. So I'm looking at building some kind of a frame system for it, because part of the problem is it has to hold the drives, and it also has to mount on its face to the case. And I really want on the back side for it to have a mounting panel like what you see here, with the tracks or something, holes even, so I can screw my fans onto it. 'Cause I want the fans mounted as close as possible to the drives, because I need to keep the drives. So that's been the struggle with that. But what I totally lost my train of thought there. So these are actually probably not necessary to unscrew yet, or untwist. These are the connections for the front panel. We're going to tether those back on here. They're going to end up flopping around and being in the way. Okay. Now, I think this end panel is actually screwed on, as is the corner panel. I see that. That's good. That's better structure. I want to get into the bottom here, I think, of this. So let me pivot. Pivot! And let's take this panel off. I know that's incredibly descriptive. I'm just loosening the thumb screws on the bottom filter panel, and oh, it doesn't pivot out. It just comes out. Cool. So this bottom filter panel, there's a frame, your mounting frame for your fans, all of that fun stuff. Just wanted to get a better look at where our cable routing is. For the front panel cables here. Here, and that would open up my space there. I don't have access to this hole here as far as mounting the fan in it. Here, if I need to go to the motherboard. It does have these standoffs that you can't see. Oh yeah, I guess you can see right there in the top panel for the motherboard. Our motherboard is a micro ATX, I believe, so it's actually a really small motherboard for this case. Okay, so this panel here can actually be removed. This seems to be no. Looks like probably the motherboard. I'm gonna take my rings off so I don't have not that it's necessary, but it's precautionary. Alright. Do that again. I think, I'm gonna have to have the structure installed, and by structure I mean the components and the body of it installed before I try and cable through. I guess because I don't know. That makes sense. Can't you tell how prepared I was for this? Oh, this probably won't be falling off either. I'd rather not resort to using a air. whole lot more effective than I was anticipating. Huh. I think I found my. There is actually a tool in here for doing those. Nice. So I feel like some of these down on this end over here probably won't be necessary as an aside. But I guess we'll get the motherboard out. The dumb thing is, I can't actually install the motherboard yet because I need to make some adjustments to it for the processor cooler. Sorry, just taking a moment to marvel at the color. So it looks like I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like I've got 6 now. So the extra stuff there is not going to be necessary. Okay. So or the yeah. here on the motherboard. So now things just have a metal contact. Those are another one here. Around here. Here. Processor related. The IO shield has okay. Now we need to get our contact frame. Again, apologies if any of the audio is missed or cut out. It's not not a perfect setup. We need the contact frame and we need our glue. And we can set the case down now. Dropping it. Yeah. Now, that I might be missing. Oh no. From my box. Cool. Okay. Well, I apparently misread the information on that. Um, that case no longer comes with fans, so it's a good thing we got some fans of our own. So just a heads up, the Hyte White 70 did not come with fans. So we are going back to the motherboard side of things. And our contact plate. Looks like I need to install my CPU at this time as well. So that's a little unfortunate. Where did you go? Oh, these box. They open, it'll be fine. Finally, time for the big Chungus reveal. Yeet. I like to call this the Super Chungus 9000. It's so comically huge. It's basically bigger than my board. Well, he goes there. See if I can scoot this over here and get a little better audio. It does include shim washers, but we're not using those since we have a contact plate. Thermal paste guard for AM5. We're not using an AM5. Need the Intel parts. This is cool. A Noctua branded Torx screwdriver. Okay. Cleaning wipe and thermal paste. Love it when they send badges. That's fun, for sure. In the back plate to help reinforce that so it's less likely to snap my board in half. Emphasis on the less. Made. Back to the instructions. Aim for an aim. Not interesting. Not bars. It's a T20 Torx. On spacers, thumb screws, and screws. There. Do not put weight on this because there's currently a motherboard underneath. Identify the side or back plate that should face the motherboard. Caution sign. This side must face the motherboard. I'd say that's the right one. Then choose the appropriate hole spacing for your socket. And insert the 4 bolts. Oh, okay, I got you. Whether it's little guy or big guy, and we're going the big guy because that's where our mounting clips are. Doubles is plastic container opening, or plastic package opening. Okay. Phenomena. Position 1. LGA 1200 11 5X. Position 2 for 1700. So we need position 2. So we need the triangle pointing to the outside. Yes. Fix the bolts using the clip-ons. And that's why the ground will have a cutout. I'm braining. See, what I've done is there's a notch in the clip-on spacer. And then because there's a gap in the hole towards the middle, I put the space away from that gap. So if this post tries to push inward, it's going to be fighting the spacer, not using the gap to its advantage. Okay. We'll install over the stock backplate, so it must not be taken off. Okay, that's good, because this also installed over the stock backplate. So this is like installationception. Now I need that later. See, this is the stock fan. I don't think it actually wiggles that much. I think that's the bolts, but the mounting pins. Screw in or anything. It's just it doesn't look like this. Okay, that done. then there, and then if I'm reading this right. Screwdriver, remove ILM, install CPU in socket, all BCF with original screws, be aware of installation direct. So, yes. Okay. Leave this. If I leave that connected, it's going to spring when I unscrew this. These are not tight on here at all, so if you do this, be aware that there's not a lot of tension on here, and be very careful not to damage your pins. Let me reiterate, do not damage your pins. You'll need these screws back. You reuse the screws. Again, do not damage your pins. I'm going to keep saying this because this is a very important thing. If you do not damage your pins. Anytime this is exposed, do not damage your pins. Have I made that clear? Do not damage your pins. Okay. Your triangle is in the right direction. It's important because we've taken our triangle indicator off. Right? This is why I set it down in the correct orientation first on the table. This is on here, triangle up there. Perfect. Aha. Then, part of, by doing this, leaving it on the foam backing, and doing it this way, it keeps that back plate from shifting at all. So if you're doing this, that may be a good idea for you as well. Then, okay, I'm gonna be totally honest. That might be nicer than the pink one, and then I don't have to change it later. Okay, So this is actually cool because I can now basically install the processor same. Yeah. Remember, these are not over tightened. Do not over tighten them. They're literally just finger tight. Probably a torque spec somewhere if you want to torque it correctly, but personally, I try not to torque my stuff. Okay. Now we can put this underneath here. Does not specify a particular direction, so because I'm still hesitant about the oh, cool. It it braces itself against the stock back. So that's going to help reinforce that connection. Good, good, good. Okay. Mounting bars. Choose the correct set of plastic spacers for the correct set of holes on the mounting bar, according to whether you are using a 1200 or 11.5x or the 1851/700. 1700, we are using the blue spacer. Black spacers over here. Honestly, black ones look a bit duller. Okay. And on the plate, it's two hole positions, 1 and 2. And says to use hole position 1 for the 1200, 1150 something, and position 2 for the other. So, the alignment of the mounting bars, whether they be this way or this way, is determined by the final orientation of the key. And I'm honestly not sure. So do we put the RAM in now? And we probably need to install our M.2 because this is going to be obstructed. The cooler. Okay, well, we'll do the RAM because that may determine the placement from our cooler. And you know, there is a entirely valid possibility that the the cooler may be too large. Perfectly possible. So we're going to pretend that it's not. So, pop these latches open. Okay. There on the processor box. Need to real quick. I have my M.2 screws. Let me look. I'll look at the instructions here, but this is probably not going to tell me. Oh yeah. Motherboard. But it might also be the IO IO shit. Three screws for M.2 seconds. That's two. That's two. Okay. Because I mean, we may eventually add a Wi-Fi card to this if I can access it. Because it would be this direction here. Okay. We're probably going to have to take the fans off from the cooler when we go to install it, which is not shocking, really. But just making observations, I suppose. I thought I thought it was missing, but it's inside of. Let me drop these spacers on here. It better be inside that, otherwise it's gonna be a problem. There we go. It's a little. Can you believe that's an entire terabyte of storage? That's insane. Somebody did testing on these and found out that if you remove the stickers, it actually reduces the thermal performance. Like they end up overheating faster or getting hotter. Not necessarily overheating, but get hotter than normal. And you know what? I didn't plan ahead and get my tiny screwdriver out. So we're going to hand tighten this so the drive doesn't run away from us. Then we've got ourselves a match. Perfect. Now the only thing that this doesn't have that my main one did, and granted I don't know that it's strictly necessary, it might be, is a heatsink on the board for the M.2 drives. I feel like it shouldn't be necessary. think what I'm going to do is I'm going to install this last one onto the board where it belongs. So in the future, if I do decide to screwdriver. I do not know where my slightly larger screwdriver is. That is there. Then we're going to take a look at this. I'm going to move the microphone back so it's out of my way. So this way. Here of the that side, but I don't know how to make these are these inflation boards. But Looking back here, too. We have room above the top, and then it's vent top. Have room here. This is slot. I think the only way to pull out these guys. Just install the set. Install the right. And put this in. That would let move air, either fresh air in from the back or pull hot air off from the CPU straight out the back. The back is generally gone. The worst part is it's not the fan. This fit with the card in there. Now I'm not planning on utilizing that, at least. That now comes to support. Yep. Calls for 5 dots, 4 dots in the corners, and then 1 dot twice as big. The UART1 header is the desperate last resort in the why won't this thing work troubleshooting process. probably run these off primary CPU. This one, how that there you go. Quartz. Long reach access to that. Obsolete. Accessor. Okay. This might be obstructed. Let's remove the pins. Anyway, shroud. They are harmonically unbalanced. 75. Cool. This was the 14 was the middle. I don't know if that matters. Keep that way. so weird putting something wet on my computer. Obviously, like an isopropyl alcohol or something, but still weird. Anybody know how to measure 2 millimeters? Yeah, thinking about this, planning ahead, because that's something that yeah. Not really here. Oh, hold on. Surely there's Y cables and extensions. Surely. Yeah. Extensions. So And this, by doing this now, because it's going to obstruct it, this will make sure that I have access to this port for the fan cable, and then I can do whatever I want off from the fan. I'm basically just going to pull that out of the way like that, so I can put my It's insane. I really didn't think it would take this long to build this, and yet I knew it would take a while to build this. Decide which direction I want this pointing. It can go this way, which looks like it frees up. Change this orientation a little so I can see better. This way. Either way is going to cover my RAM. This way. But since the RAM thing is anyway, it might be better to do this way because this gives me better access to those settings. I want to go the other way because I'm looking at the main power cable connection here for the board, and this is going to potentially encroach on that a little bit because that's a multi-pin cable. It is probably going to be a little more rigid, and so getting over that corner might be a problem. Okay, here we go. Moment of truth. Just making sure everything's tight because I don't really want to have to wipe off and reapply the thermal paste, but I do have backup in case I do have Tighten these screws until they stop, but do not use excessive force. Max torque 0.6 Newton meters. And you'll notice I'm going back and forth on the two different screws because I want to keep even pressure. Okay, that one has stopped. And that one has stopped as well. I want to try and keep as even a pressure on the fan as possible. Look on it and see some distinct thermal paste squeeze out, which I don't want to see. Thermal paste squeeze out. And it looks good. And actually accessing this fan header isn't bad. So I may pull this. Cool. There we go. And then this is plenty clear here for accessing the power connection. I may not need that, but I'll leave it on there in case I do. And then we'll move stuff around as needed. Okay. So now reinstall the center fan. And I do still think good. So it goes from front to back based on this arrow arrow on the top here that shows the fan direction. Sends this way from face. So if I want the air to go up and out, I need them facing down. This one. Start the center one first. I need to find out where this Y adapter stands. What? I don't want it on that side. I don't want to obstruct that. I'm gonna flip these mounting brackets so I can mount this one onto here. So I can mount the middle one to this panel and then this one to this panel. Not that it's really going to matter, but it's going to evenly distribute the weight on the two different towers. And it just feels better. Oh, that's so sad. I guess I could run them both over there if I need to. Easy sink. Metal fan or is this? So 26 be the center. Oh, need this, the Y to reach that one. I want both of these fans to run together, so I want them on a Y off the same. Make sure you flip them the right way, otherwise you'll end up with your thing turned inside out. This fade. Line. right hook for the bracket. It doesn't feel like it's warping the board at all, so that's good. Oh, nice. Not that it needs it, but this has a VGA, HDMI, and DisplayPort connections with its onboard graphics. Okay, I think we're ready to. This is a couple SATA connectors, one with a right angle and one out. We've got a couple SATA ports that are already right angled. We've got a couple that are straight. Get this IO shield. Wait. Maybe the IO shield goes in the case and not on the motherboard? Oh, there's my board. Raptor Lake is the socket 1700. Okay, so the IO shield goes in the case itself. That's what I was thinking, but I've also had a few motherboards, and maybe it just pulls out of the case when it pulls out of the when you pull out the motherboard. By in the background, I mean I'm gonna precariously perch this on me while I install this and hope that I put it in the right. Yeah. So, turn it up, turn it out. So, there are a couple of ports on the IO shield that will not be used. Huzzah. Most. Here. Maybe. there is that. Riveting content, eh? Yeah. Okay, now motherboard and drive mounting screws. May need to just okay. So this that is complete. Cooler install. Move away. So we can carefully you know what? Back on its box. It'll be a lot more stable to move it with the box. All right, so we have this, and ready to set that down in there. Probably what I'm going to do on this is I'm going to shift one of these panels up into this open space while it's not in use. Okay. It's a bit uncomfy here. Process over this integral part right at this point. I'm going to move microphone up here, I guess. 3 of my mounting screws here. Right. Well, I don't want to rotate that without having some kind of an anchor established for this. So I don't want it to shift off from those pins or from those risers. Because that might be very bad. Actually, I can see 4. Means the last 2 are almost guaranteed to be lined up. Emphasis on the almost. The sheer weight of this processor cooler still concerns me. If I need to, I'll run a support cable. Take this. Fix the camera here a little bit. front one I could get. What is a longboard? Wasn't even longer than done. not planning on using DisplayPort anyway on this thing, so I'm not real concerned about that either. I just don't want it interfering with the connection. Now, I need to run the off from our power supply. First one is the motherboard. Mm-hmm. Well, it's got to be this, but it's confusing because this is back area here is made for cable. So I want to minimize that. Just do it. I'm sure it has to do with them fitting for multiple systems, but it certainly makes install. When it's like a 20 plus 4 cable that all goes in the same port, you know. That the front panel stuff to the board, as far as our power switch goes and everything. Again, sorry about the viewing angle. Front panel. So I want to try and avoid approaching on this area that you can't see over here. connections out. The audio. Yeah. Audio one. That's Pictures are great, but they're also not. this area back here is also, area back under here is also a fan heat cords in there. Away from and up. Probably for today. I'm not going to do much for cable management. It's basic IOP. I've got additional here. USB. Header for that other connection. Nice. for that other connection we were looking at. BPM header. Okay. Because I see a USB. That is two. And round. Pivot. Think. These so they're not twisted. There we go. right here. You don't go flailing around when I rotate this back and forth. Okay. You know, if I remove this cardboard, it would probably. Hi! This. Back. Well, do that. Least amount of stress on that port. That. There. I'm gonna put the drives in next. So, and this drives. It does seem a little bit strange that the drives are just drives. There's no mounting hardware with them. Have the channel, but or the LEDs. Back here. I don't like the lack of airflow. Too narrow to fit on here like I considered. Seems for right now I don't have a choice. So, hard drive screws out here. Figures. Theoretically, we should. It fits the connections better. They look like they should be. I'll at least make sure their respective sled tray, whatever they're called, layout is the same. So with respect to each other. Okay. That's number 2. Oh. We need the CPU cable. Oh, sweet, we've got white SATA data cables. No, power cables. Never mind. Yeah. Okay. Need that. I have. We'll run one off them. I'll run both of them off of one cable there. Okay. So this is our cable in here. need to get different colored. I didn't anticipate that. Positioning with the drives back here, probably going to be easier to go over, go above on both. You know, before I get too deep into tethering this off, I should probably make sure everything's gonna post. That would definitely be my luck. I'd take everything up, have it all good to go, and then plug in, and it's like, no, I don't think so. Okay. Hmm. Right side. That was the one I didn't get tethered into my bundle of stuff. So work with this stuff. think I'm gonna put 2 of them here and 2 of them on the top for now. It seems like on these fans, whichever side is the mounting side, I need to have the gasket, the extra gasket. So here's my first observation. The installation instructions are dreadful and mostly non. There, I said it. Keeping I'm just gonna swap pads out because then I know they're right. And even if they're not, it's not going to hurt them to have it installed and not need it than to need it installed and not. Okay. That one. Pretty sure these have been inside. Base. I really don't. Unless I've misplaced something, which I don't think I did, but it's possible. I don't know why there wouldn't be more significant mount or installation instructions, because they send this pack of screws. Which are probably going to slip through if I put them on there. We have these little rubber guys. No, I finished The only thing I've got is looking at my other instrument. For me, this is that. I don't know. I'm going to treat this end over here, this panel here, as the back. This will be the side and the front, yeah, or the side and the side and the front. Right or wrong, I don't know. That's just how I'm going to do it. And then I'll do it this way. And this will go in here. Something like that ish. This one. I know they're push-pull configured fans, but not that it really makes any difference technically, functionally speaking. I think I went through the panel with that last time. This one's so close to you. I don't think I need another fan. Could maybe mount one in the bottom down there. kind of weird that it ships with the ordinary pads installed. If it basically seems like it requires the pressure relief pad. Unless I'm just misunderstanding the instructions, which I guess is viable situation. Now, I'm going to take a look at these screws and see. Seems like they probably, they're self-tapped. And on the top, I want it to come to pull the air out as close to the board as possible. Make it clear. Put it there. There. Pull it up and out. Basically, even two side by side. There. Keep trying to find any way to get a fan in the back here. And these screws have tapered heads, so I'm concerned. No, I'm a little concerned about the. I just love this panel. don't want to use the little rubber guys like I used on the other ones because I'm not sure that there's enough room in the top portion here after I put the case on for that. This we're ready to Oh. Number one. I think I'm gonna get a Y. And make these two. Yeah. Four. That's 6 fans. So that's 5. And 3 slots. So no, it's close. Oh, you're close. I think we are ready to see if it'll post. I mean, I gotta turn it right side up. Cool. Are you ready? Moment of truth. There should be a thing on the board that beeps, a buzzer sort of thing. Oh. Yeah. I did this the first time I built the computer too. I didn't turn on the power supply. Power supply is on. Well, without having it hooked up to a monitor or keyboard or anything, that's a good sign. We're moving a lot of air. And all our fans are on. There was no post beat, but I'm guessing it's probably because there's no buzzer at the board. Cool. I can. Back this real quick. Get up the monitor. I'll have a jump cut here real quick, and I'll see you once I have things ready to go again. Okay, quick jump cut to the current setup. Basically, what I've done is I got a USB keyboard, a super basic Acer monitor, so we can test for post. I have not turned it on since I hooked up the monitor, because I figure if you guys hung out with me for this, what is it, almost 5 hours of building, you guys deserve to be there when I first post as well. So, bottom is here. This is computer, monitor. We'll do it. This will work. Okay, you're hooked up. Of course, there's nothing on the hard drives. So there's no OS. There's no nothing. There's not even a optical drive attached. So here we go. Oh yeah. We have data being sent to the screen. ASRock F2 for UFI, F6 for install. I believe we have successfully posted. Yes! Welcome to the bios. Cool. Well, we did it. Our build has been successful. Okay, well. The next thing I've got to do is install Unraid on the flash drive, which will not be happening in this video, and find a place for this behemoth. But we've successfully done it, so that's pretty cool. Thanks for watching. Apologies for the strange angles and the everything that way, but first build video I've ever made, and it was more of a adventure video than a instructional video. So hope you guys enjoyed. You can ask questions if you want. I can't guarantee that any of them are going to that I'm going to have answers for them, but somebody else in the community might. Yeah, I honestly don't have anything else to add. I don't think we're going to be able to get our adorable Miku to, of course, she's only about half as tall as this box here. I don't think she's going to end up fitting in here very well without obstructing airflow, which I considered as a potential problem. But we'll see. I've got Kirby coming. He'll be able to hang out in there because he's pretty small, and we'll see what we can do here. But otherwise, we've got adorable Sakura Miku as well, and that's about all I know. So thank you guys so much for hanging out, and we will see you in another video. Yeah. Till next time, stay random.